Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 GU immortal old ancestor Shuai who was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sects. But against a rank 8 GU immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Joga could fight rank 8 GU immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shuai who, he had terrifying battle strength, in Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 GU immortal in Northern Plain. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path GU immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent GU immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Fang Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 GU immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' snowy mountain blessed land, the 4th Peak's lord Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final GU immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body, he was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar, he had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord. Gongzimo Central Continent's GU immortals were lying in ambush, they had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path GU immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack, the longer we drag on. The more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Kieshimin. Since old ancestor Shuai who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent GU immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly, now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shuai who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the free scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars, it has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the GU immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our Central Continent, they are all extremely slippery. Earlier, in the Battle of Tai Chio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of GU immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Joga takes action personally. A GU immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Joga's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent GU immortals. But Feng Joga said, let's retreat. Saying so, without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other, they could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away, the immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Joga. The ambush earlier was Feng Joga's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path GU immortals had arrived, Feng Joga was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sect. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The GU immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Joga's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Joga looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 GU Immortal Yarrow Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Xue Hu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight. This Northern Plains is really, Rank 8 GU Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain, they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Dang Hun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves, their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Joga smiled lightly, saying, that Strength Path Immortal Zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan? The immortals were speechless, they could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Feng Joga was so daring, he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. Old ancestor Xue Hu sat on a large chair, he held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain, all of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Miniman GU Immortal. In the end, other GU Immortals attacked, there were both righteous and demonic GU Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Miniman GU Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Miniman GU Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way. They barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Miniman on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain. At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wn Shou, she was old ancestor Xue Hu's wife, she had rank 7 cultivation level, she was one of the 4 great refinement path GU immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain, she was very interested in this legendary mountain. Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension? Old ancestor Xue Hu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wn Shou nodded, I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven GU, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it. She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Miniman GU Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar, the surviving Minimans were shivering in fear, huddling together. Monster. So scary, don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth. Lady Wn Shou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Miniman, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wn Shou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path GU Immortal in her early years, she cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal GU, she changed it to her core Immortal GU and became an Information Path GU Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path blessed land, she managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Miniman tribe, They complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our snowy mountain. Now that minuscule mountain is in our hands, this proves that our snowy mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing. Lady, you are wrong. Old ancestor Shui who shook his head. On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling heaven GU and use Ma Hong Yun as the main GU refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this minuscule mountain, it is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up, we will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather GU refinement materials. This time, she had snatched away Fengsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. Look, this is Yarrow Huang's letter. Yarrow Huang's letter? Lady Wn Shou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yarrow Huang said, Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant sun immortal, I, Yarrow Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shui Hu about returning minuscule mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yarrow Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wn Shou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wn Shou could sense Yarrow Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven GU, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yarrow Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Shui Hu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Chapter 820. Lady Wn Shou raised her head, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain blessed land. She could see the outside world of northern plains. Originally, the sky above snowy mountain blessed land was clear and blue, there were no clouds in sight. But now, Yarrow Huang had arrived with a huge commotion. The wind and clouds were blowing, the sky was dyed orange. Yarrow Huang was nowhere to be seen, but his voice was transmitted. Old friend Shui Hu, I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt visit. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, entering snowy mountain blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to shake and snow to fall. Some peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly as he flew into the sky, leaving snowy mountain blessed land, bringing along surging frost energy as he flew into the sky. Immediately, the sky changed. Half of it was orange light while the other half was frost energy. They were evenly matched. But right at this time, a black ink cloud appeared from the west. The ink cloud rumbled and spread rapidly. It was not inferior to old ancestor Shui Hu and Yarrow Huang, forcefully creating a territory in the sky. Lady Wn Shou saw this and her expression changed. Her heart sank as she cried out, What, Heavenly Lord Baizu is here too. Inky clouds, frost air, and orange light surged mightily. They were in a deadlock with each other, dividing the vast expanse of sky into 3 parts. Old ancestor Shui Hu sneered, Heavenly Lord, instead of managing your force properly, you are here to join in the fun. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed dryly, Old friend Shui Hu, this is just minuscule mountain. How can it enter your eyes? Why don't we return it to the righteous path and save this trouble? Lady Wn Shou's expression turned ashen. The demonic path GU immortals left behind in snowy mountain blessed land were also paying attention to the sky. Their breathing was stifled. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after the auction, he had been planning to establish a righteous path force. Right now, he was working with Yarrow Huang. It was 2 against 1, old ancestor Schwer who was alone. The situation was bad. But at the next moment, old ancestor Schwer who raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with heroism. Then both of you can come together, let's fight. With that said, with a loud boom, old ancestor Schwer who smashed through the heavenly constellation energy wall and entered the white sky. Rank 8 GU immortals, when they make a move, their power is vast and terrifying, the earth cannot bear it. Normally, when making a move, they would tacitly enter deep into the immemorial 9 heavens to prevent the living beings on the ground from suffering a boundless calamity. My good friend is in the mood. In that case, this emperor will naturally accompany you. The eyes of the medicine sovereign flashed as he swiftly followed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. Since old friend Schwer who insists, then forgive this heavenly lord for offending you. The 3 rank 8 GU immortals entered White Heaven. Soon, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. The 3 of them are fighting in the day. A central continent GU immortal shouted. They had yet to reach the snowy mountain-blessed land, they were still thousands of miles away. At this moment, they raised their heads to look at the sky. He saw that the high altitude of 10,000 li was shaking endlessly, with black clouds surging. Pure white frost gushed out, while orange light filled the air. The rumbling sound was endless. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing people's hearts to tremble. Quick, while they are fighting, let's enter snowy mountain-blessed land. Feng Joga took a look before retracting his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The central continent GU immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Joga's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Howl! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The central continent GU immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from White Heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The central continent GU immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the central continent GU immortal, Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The central continent GU immortals' souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the GU immortals' cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge central continent only had one person like Feng Joga. The central continent GU immortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 GU immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8. Central Continent had more rank 8 GU immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 GU immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains GU immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the Central Continent GU immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike." Bu Fei Yang's gaze wavered. She put herself in old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes, with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chen Zhenqi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These central continent GU immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas, the Dao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Dao marks, some were filled with lightning path Dao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Dao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Dao marks in each area are much more than what we obtained through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The central continent GU immortals started to retreat. Only Feng Zhouge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm, as if he could not see the dangers around him. The central continent GU immortals saw Feng Zhouge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it. Feng Zhouge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed. If 3 Northern Plains rank 8 GU immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Zhouge. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The central continent GU immortals followed behind Feng Zhouge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the GU immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Zhouge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. The immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Zhouge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The GU immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in white heaven. The GU immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in white heaven, the 3 sides were no longer evenly matched. Old Ancestor Shui who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yarrow Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord by Zhu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old ancestor Shui Hu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Zhouge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate. He immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak. They quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could not take it anymore. He spoke. Old friend Shui Hu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle. Yarrow Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shui Hu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yarrow Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old Ancestor Shui Hu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, you two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for? Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook. The earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear. There was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if Northern Plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's GU immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Joga, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The GU immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The GU immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path GU immortals in snowy mountain blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old ancestor Shwe who. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Joga looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, "Sky-splitting powder, it even split white heaven." The demonic path GU immortals in snowy mountain blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. We welcome old ancestor's arrival. After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old ancestor's strength is boundless. He is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yarrow Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path GU immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wn Shou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. Don't worry, I have my misgivings. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yarrow also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. They do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old ancestor Shwe who smiled lightly, saying, "But this time, the white heaven above was broken. I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome." After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wn Shou relaxed. She pointed at old ancestor Shwe whose broad chest and rolled her eyes. "Oh you." Chapter 821. Old ancestor Shwe who fought 1 against 2, defeating Yarrow Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. This battle shook Northern Plains. The news spread like a hurricane. Northern Plains' GU immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's GU immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment. The leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted. They all remembered old ancestor Shwe whose name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later, Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal GU. He closed his eyes. It was like he was in snowy mountain blessed land. He was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic. His mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in white heaven. Watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among GU immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9, they could sweep through the world with their own strength. Nobody could stop them. They were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 GU immortals were simply not rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses. There had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the GU worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old ancestor Shui, whose strength, in his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats. He even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 GU immortals. They are Yarrow Huang and Prince's Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yarrow Huang is the #1 righteous path expert. But the Prince's Impatience has connections with Zhengzhou State, and is the biggest secret of Zhengzhou State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the giant Sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for Immortal GU, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely. New and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Bai Sheng organized the auction, the Immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the giant Sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huang Jin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Zhenyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 GU immortal. But not all Huang Jin bloodlines had to be like this. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huang Jin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yarrow Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yarrow Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old ancestor Shui Hu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yarrow Huang. To old ancestor Shui Hu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangzheng path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old ancestor Shui Hu needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. He sent many demonic path GU immortals to gather GU refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts. In the future, there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui Hu's main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains GU immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Shui Hu defeated Yarrow Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains GU immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced. He could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of GU immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly. Every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 GU immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. All right, Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted, to complete the transaction. Now, we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of White Lotus giant silkworm GU and a large number of star-thought GU to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Fang Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated. It was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Fang Yuan. It hated Fang Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Fang Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of Clean's soul immortal GU. So, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Fang Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the White Lotus giant silkworm GU inside. And ordinary star-thought mortal GU. As for those immortal GU, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Fang Yuan obtained the White Lotus giant silkworm GU and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many star-thought GU, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, it leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 star-thought GU. They came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke, "Congratulations Fang Yuan, in this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. This was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land." Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Fang Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment, he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is something recorded in the legends of Renzu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me, you have Danghun Mountain, you do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hehe, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. "I was about to ask you for help. I am asking you for help." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Oh, I would like to hear the details." So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe. They were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move many years ago. This time path killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge GU, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Minaman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies. They did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured. She did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus, He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge GU. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the time path killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, minuscule mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe still had an alliance agreement. As long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath. She even got a repaired minuscule mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan. I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank. She thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu immortal blessed land's earthly calamity is about to descend. How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Hu immortal blessed land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunxing restoring minuscule mountain. How about it?" Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shui whose control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu immortal blessed land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts GU gains. At the same time, Hu immortal blessed land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui whose resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained minuscule mountain. Old ancestor Shui who only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shui who defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land status immediately rose. Its reputation in the GU immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui who summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yarrow Huang and protected minuscule mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fengsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunxing to help him restore Fengsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge GU to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many GU immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet. They could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Guts GU transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the GU immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. She supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, Other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but his request was for one of Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer moves. He had been coveting this immortal killer move for a long time. Now was the best time to extort her. Fang Yuan naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and thought to herself, he really did mention this. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. But the situation was beyond her control. Even if Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, what could she do? Time-made luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used Time Luck Immortal GU as the core to plunder other people's lifespan and obtain a temporary increase in luck. Fang Yuan obtained Time Luck Immortal GU from Fairy Li Shan. He had wanted to use Inch of Time GU to replace lifespan, and use it with Time Luck Immortal GU, but it failed. Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal GU could be used together, but the former's expenditure was too high. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce Inch of Time GU's expenditure. But he failed again. Even though he could use Wisdom GU's light and had unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind, he could not use them. He had been refining malicious thought GU and memory thought GU, but they were not enough, he did not have enough left. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was not high enough. To obtain the fruits of success, there was very little hope. But Fang Yuan already knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move, using Time Luck Immortal GU as the core. If used well, it would be a source of income that would not lose to Mountain Pledge GU. Thus, Fang Yuan used this rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he immediately inspected it. Feeling a little strange, he asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I cannot reveal that." Fairy Li Shan had a cold expression. She was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of her, but she had to ask for his help, she had to compromise. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Could it be Northern Plains lone cultivator Yi Qiuzi? This person displayed his brilliance during the Five Regions War. He was a secluded person who did not care about worldly matters, but when a battle broke out between Northern Plains and Central Continent's GU Immortals, the battle affected his residence, causing him to attack in anger and capture 3 GU Immortals alive in an instant. Northern Plains asked him to help, but he refused, but because of the alliance, he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains GU Immortals to protect themselves. That killer move's name was very strange, it was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the GU Immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a GU Immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the GU Immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the GU Immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains GU Immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains GU Immortals, causing Northern Plains GU Immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains GU Immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid. Fang Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among GU immortals, there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive, his reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such GU immortals. Rank 6, rank 7. There were even rank 8s. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 rank 8 GU immortals. But they were hidden. Fang Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious GU immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh. There are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise Miniman tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass. There were 3 gigantic black and grey buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining GU continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale GU refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a GU worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the GU recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the GU refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the GU refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac GU were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread, they would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine GU obediently. GU refinement had its risks, it was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, GU worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the GU refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown, their limbs would be crippled, they would no longer be able to refine GU worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 823. GU were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal GU contained a trace of laws, while immortal GU were fragments of the great Tao. GU refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the GU refinement and were injured, some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human GU masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine GU day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep, with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human GU masters, it would be impossible. Human GU masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time, without rest or entertainment. They would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing, or even use force to rebel. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human GU master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare GU refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Miniman tribe. She could control the Miniman tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Miniman tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of GU refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time, He Lulan also suggested, Fang Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The Guts GU trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Fang Yuan to participate in the Guts GU transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the Guts GU trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Fang Yuan nodded. To solve this problem, we have to start from 2 aspects. The first was to modify the GU recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men, so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. GU recipes were refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the GU recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Fang Yuan had wisdom GU, although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Fang Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a GU recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression. The second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men, there are very few females and children. This is to prevent other GU immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around, they would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Fang Yuan was well aware, with his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food. One would die every 2 to 3 days, half a month later, all the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment, and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Fang Yuan had raised rockmen before, the Rockman tribe in whose immortal blessed land was once very strong. But that was because Guts GU could make the rockmen's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus, this was purely a cheating method, if Fang Yuan were to raise rockmen. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rockmen there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other GU immortals. Back then, When Fang Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on earth. How much money would he have to pay? Fang Yuan did not eat, drink or spend. With his earning speed, he would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtained the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. I would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Who Immortal and made the arrangements. I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine airsac GU in the 3 stone nests. You will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He was very wary of this old fox. But now, he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few airsac GU and used guts GU on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly. He had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate. His heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul-searching, he checked the GU worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth. A hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets. He had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's time path killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge GU. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman GU Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way, Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value. It was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now, there might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it, he was just casually laying down a chess piece, it was better to be prepared. He was thinking about the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu now. This time, he soul-searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. Cleanse soul immortal Gu's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu, but Fang Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time, Fang Yuan confirmed once again, Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus giant silkworm Gu was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave, the heavenly power of nature created it, it was an environment suitable for the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these Gu worms, he did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation, they played a crucial role. The remaining White Lotus giant silkworm Gu were now in Fang Yuan's hands. Now, those who lost to Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited amount of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in his hands to research an experiment, reverse deduce the Gu recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in the future. But if it failed, these White Lotus giant silkworm Gu would be used up in experiments, there was not enough to feed them, the remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, Cleanse soul immortal Gu would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu was not enough, at most, it could only allow Cleanse soul immortal Gu to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Fang Yuan originally had a vague hope, he hoped to obtain some new White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Fang Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes, he finally made up his mind. Chapter 824. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleanse soul immortal Gu is already very hungry, it is very weak, if I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator, he liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good, and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleanse soul immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist, it was like a tadpole, its entire body was grey and shriveled, it was lying on the ground motionlessly. Fang Yuan willed, using the power of Gu worms, he cut open the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to Cleanse soul immortal Gu. Cleanse soul immortal Gu's body shook slightly, it did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Fang Yuan could only place Cleanse soul immortal Gu on the flesh. Cleanse soul immortal Gu moved restlessly for a moment, before calming down, it quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach, it finally had some strength, it opened its mouth wider and started to eat the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more, its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His greyish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu were killed, and Cleanse soul immortal Gu finished eating their flesh and blood, Cleanse soul immortal Gu was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a grey tadpole, its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head, it was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally, its mouth took up half of its head, now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was not satisfied, it still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu were all used up, not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy Cleanse soul immortal Gu, Fang Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least Cleanse soul immortal Gu was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Fang Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was not full yet. Fang Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goose feeding problem, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Fang Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom GU. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He already had many immortal GU, but compared to these immortal GU, the rank 9 wisdom GU seemed to have a lot of intelligence. It was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom GU, strength GU, and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Fang Yuan also knew that wisdom GU could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom GU at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom GU stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom GU started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought GU. Star Thought GU was a one-time consumable GU. As Star Thought GU were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier, he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path, there were thoughts, wills, and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal GU recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Fang Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously, he did not succeed, he only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal GU recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal GU and minute light mortal GU together, reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Fang Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now, there was no need to deduce it, because Fang Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal GU, into the immortal killer move myriad self, to increase the power of myriad self. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of Airsac GU and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the GU refinement, and reduce the loss of hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Fang Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of Airsac GU and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Fang Yuan would refine GU on a large scale, not just Airsac GU, malicious thought GU, memory thought GU, and star thought GU. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan. It was not even necessary. After all, Fang Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path. He did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Fang Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal GU into the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded. Countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days. Only on the afternoon of the third day did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal GU into the killer move myriad self. Myriad self's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against Earth Path GU immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher. The power will increase by 20%. Fang Yuan inspected Star Thought GU again. There were close to 40,000 Star Thought GU left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 Star Thought GU, that was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 Star Thought GU. Star Thought GU was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using Star Thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, Star Thought GU is not as durable as Memory Thought GU. Be it Star Thought GU, Memory Thought GU, or Malicious Thought GU, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Hu immortal blessed land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, there was not enough time. He would not be able to deduce anything. Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace and continued to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal level Wisdom Path inheritance had a huge amount of content. It included hundreds of mortal GU recipes, more than 10 immortal GU recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They involved offense, defense, advancement and retreat, storage, healing, and other aspects. Other than that, there were all sorts of wisdom path methods and techniques. For example, cultivation methods to expand the mind space, and methods to modify the heart and form the heart aperture. There was also knowledge of astronomy and geography, the distribution of resources in the 5 regions, the general situation of Northern Plains forces, as well as introducing the dangers one would encounter in cultivation and how to resolve them. There was also information on GU Master's immortal ascension, the introduction of all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, as well as how to deal with them. Of course, there were also introductions of other paths, like fire path, metal path, space path, time path, and others, the strengths and weaknesses of the GU immortals of these paths, their needs, and how to deal with them in battle. There was also discussion on management methods, how to manage a GU immortal blessed land to allow one to survive and advance in cultivation. It could be said that this was a GU master's encyclopedia of cultivation. It allowed one to have a foothold in reality, distinguish between right and wrong, grasp methods to survive and deal with enemies, and cultivate to become stronger. This inheritance was not the work of the Creator, that star path GU immortal of the celestial court alone. Instead, every GU immortal who inherited this inheritance and used it to cultivate continued to add and improve on the content. Generation after generation, they expended a lot of effort and finally formed a cultivation manual. Fang Yuan could see a lot of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains from it. At the end of the Immortal Killer move, he found that the last inheritor, Dongfang Naganori, added a new Immortal Killer move, Hotaru. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan sighed, if I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a GU immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks, only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a GU master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu blessed land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of GU immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you, it has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, vanishing immortal essence scattering rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous vanishing immortal powder, it can't be this strange and powerful, our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Dew Stain. Thus, we came to this round. We were hit by the vanishing immortal powder but could not defend against it, we could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Subaiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly, he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of GU immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary GU immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good. This battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with immortal scattering primordial rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The GU immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the Wisdom Path GU immortal in the group and shouted, "Bu Dan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move?" Bu Dan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, "I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My Wisdom Path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it." This Bu Dan was actually a living person, a Wisdom Path GU immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie, Shark Demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living GU immortals. These living GU immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Bu Dan is useless. We can only use Profound Icehouse and forcefully blast it. See if we can create a path." The other GU immortals were overjoyed. Some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Icehouse in this trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful. It was a dominating force. It was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others. It had 3 immortal GU houses. Of course, only one was complete. The other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal GU house, it could barely be activated. Its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife, Su Baiman, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Icehouse from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Icehouse. It was not big, it was round like a sphere. The outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding GU immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the icehouse and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Baiman, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal GU house. This immortal GU house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal GU house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal GU house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 Immortal GU house, Profound Ice Incomplete house. Come out. Inside the house. Shark Demon had a defeated expression, he shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The Immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky. The Immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete house breaking through the surface of the sea. But the Immortals' thoughts were focused on that Ulu blessed land at the bottom of the sea. The Immortals had already attacked Ulu blessed land more than once, they had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Ulu blessed land, the key was not to force their way in, they had to consider a balance. This Ulu blessed land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice Incomplete house, the Immortals could only charge out of the blessed land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out, he put away Profound Ice Incomplete house, feeling dejected as he thought, this is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Ulu blessed land, we even used Profound Ice Incomplete house. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this Profound Ice Incomplete house, otherwise, we would still be trapped there. GU Immortal BU Dan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other GU Immortals nodded slightly. They felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought Profound Ice Incomplete house with him. This vanishing Immortal Scattered Essence Rain killer move is too powerful. Even the Immortal GU house could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunsheng who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened, he replied, that is because this Profound Ice Incomplete house's greatest use is to help Ice Path GU Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside, the inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete Immortal GU house, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it. So that's the case. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this exploration of Ulu blessed land is over. Everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The Immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter? Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. The reason was naturally because of the man as before Immortal GU in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains GU Immortal, I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have methods like Kanyang Laro Jun, he could not conceal his aura, it could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains GU Immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench, it was a grand and majestic force of nature, it was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 GU Immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When GU Immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak, there would be GU Immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea GU Immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border GU Immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert GU Immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by central continent. Once Western Desert GU immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless GU master sects. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless, the tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns, and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. GU immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many Northern Plains GU immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, "Thanks to the 2 of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea, thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to Northern Plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity. So that's it." Shark Demon nodded. "We should have thought of it, Sir Tai Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you?" Su Baiman smiled and suggested. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his hand. "No need, no need." Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw Tai Bai Yunsheng's rejection and did not mention it. Even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path GU immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method, it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng refused, they couldn't force him. Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well. Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. "Good. Tai Bai Bro's friends are our friends, of course we welcome them." Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai Bai Yunsheng leave. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Baiman frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon, "Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones, one might even die on the spot." Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunsheng is. He must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting. "No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before immortal GU to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits." "All right, I will listen to you." Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. "I know what my wife is worried about." "That's right. We were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. This time, we used Profound Icehouse. Our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter, in this world, who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now, we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you." Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle's strength GU burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage: it was wrapped in clouds and mist, mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War, there was still a gap between GU immortals and mortals. Most mortal GU masters had only heard of immortals, they had never seen one, many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Northern Plains GU immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Hai Sha Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well, they naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had Time Anchor Immortal GU, when used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the immortal GU man as before. But unless they had methods like thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the immortal GU. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Fang Yuan to not even get a single immortal GU. The difficulty of snatching immortal GU. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew for a long time before he finally saw a grey spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the grey spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, there was little vegetation, it was basically barren grey-brown rocks, even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was a GU immortal. He did not care, he only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land, naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the GU formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some GU formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other GU immortals, the GU formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunsheng had close to 10 GU worms in his hands. These were all information path GU worms, they carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng kept a low profile, as a time path healing GU immortal, the immortal GU he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag, they could not be hidden for long. These information path GU worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal them, they wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he also had 2-time path immortal GU. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng took these information path GU worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily, he did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng first replied to these information path GU worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a stargate and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land. But in this situation, I cannot directly open the stargate, that will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunsheng could be considered a celebrity now, his actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction. It is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hotaru that he came up with is unique. It uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the number one offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing. He had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hotaru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought GU. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the GU immortals' body. GU immortals had Dao marks on their bodies, Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path GU immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If GU immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Chapter 8:27. Hotaru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hotaru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a GU immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hotaru. The more time passed, the stronger Hotaru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own and then attack the enemy. To the enemy GU immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hotaru's usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the number one wisdom path GU immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hotaru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow. Most GU immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hotaru is almost on par with my current myriad self-killer move. Of course, my myriad self-killer move has a lot of potential. Hotaru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no wisdom path Dao marks. Unless I walk the wisdom path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hotaru killer move needed 3 wisdom path immortal GU as the cause. Fang Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the immortal GU were detonated, not a single one was left for Fang Yuan. Among these 3 wisdom path immortal GU, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal GU. In this wisdom path inheritance, there were more than 10 immortal GU recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal GU. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failure. Once he had Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal GU. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal GU. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought Immortal GU, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path GU Immortals all had Wisdom Path Tao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal GU. Just like how Fang Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra. It could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary GU Immortal experts had Tao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal GU and Immortal Killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Tao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Tao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan could afford to use Immortal GU, but he did not have the wealth to refine Immortal GU. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine Immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique, they were fragments of the laws of the Great Tao. Refining Immortal GU required a lot of immortal materials and Immortal Yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining Immortal GU, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining Immortal GU was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in Northern Plains. He had been in charge of a superforce for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 Immortal GU at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Ment's Blood Immortal GU and Split Shadow Immortal GU. There were more than 10 Immortal GU recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Xue Hu and Lady Wn Shou, the former was the #1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path GU immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU, even with Ma Hongyun, they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an immortal GU, it was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the GU Immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other Wisdom Path GU Immortals tried to deduce the GU Immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit Immortal GU. Dark Limit Immortal GU was actually obscured, it could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague, it was difficult to deduce, the answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path GU Immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path GU Immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Fang Yuan, it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path GU Immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal GU as the cause. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal GU. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yarrow's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yarrow had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital GU, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital GU. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path GU immortal, but he could still search Tai Bai Yunsheng's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him, he was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled, he was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea, now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed, to him, Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly, he said with lingering fear, I am different now, I have just entered Eastern Sea, I am already attracting attention, I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me, I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall, it is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective, my 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this, I heard junior brother had great gains this time. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunsheng that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things, he told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate, he would become another Fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunsheng then talked about Yu Lu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times, he had encountered countless difficulties, but until now, he had not truly entered Yu Lu Blessed Land, he was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed, Fairy Yu Lu was a rank 8 GU immortal back then, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yu Lu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yu Lu Blessed Land, but its might is still there, it is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal GU. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal GU houses. Eighth, whether there are GU immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunsheng listened to Fang Yuan's words, he had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted, he showed an interested expression as he said, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead he asked Tai Bai Yunsheng, Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunsheng leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times, they have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal Venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Ren Zhu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is Tao. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan spoke frankly, man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contain some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards, humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao, Gu masters using Gu were using Tao, Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths, strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment, before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunsheng sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth, it only has Tao marks at most. Take Maihu immortal blessed land for example, it has the most basic time path Tao marks, that is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time, it has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded repeatedly, agreeing, that's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks, thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least, thus there are no mountains in the blessed land, the soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, but when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high. As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light, he had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing, that is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed, mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies, like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies, they are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks, they were much fewer than the Tao marks on his body. When Fang Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode, the Tao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Tao marks, they were mixed. Dongfang Naganori could not use all of his Tao marks, he could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Tao marks on them. They could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Tao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfang Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Tao marks, they restrict each other, they cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers, they can only move alone, they cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Tao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Tao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments, desolate beasts have Tao marks, Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu, immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Tao marks, they can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Tao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Tao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land. If not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jinyang Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng got up from his seat, he stood up straight and faced Fang Yuan, bowing. Listening to Fang Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear, I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation, you are ahead of me. Hehehe, old Bai, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble, I believe you have some understanding of this principle. It is just that it is not as clear as mine. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple, but it is very important. The word Tao is indeed more profound than the phrase man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying, in the world of Gu masters, was nothing more than give me a Gu worm, I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Fang Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal Venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal Venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching, he merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations, they could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was in the Gu master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunsheng would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunsheng's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunsheng bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives, his enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunsheng, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yunsheng had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui who was in charge of Snowy Mountain, Tai Bai Yunsheng was an outsider with a sensitive identity, it was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yunsheng already had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous, it passed smoothly. The pale-faced fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if Fairy is interested. Fang Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine immortal GU. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now, Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch Dark Limit Immortal GU, we do not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, it is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori, it is called Star Fog Concealment, it can obscure heaven's secrets, it is very suitable for us. Fang Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan, as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 immortal GU as the cause to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 immortal GU is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 immortal GU is impossible. This time, by restoring Minuscule Mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured, she needed to ask other GU immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Shui Hu had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier. Her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the 4 of them, by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there, he could increase the size of the stone nest and increase the production of airsac GU. Thus, they increased the trade of guts GU. After that, the 4 of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal GU. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts GU can be said to be very popular, many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to Snowy Mountain blessed land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining airsac GU for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Dang Hun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langya. The hairy men in Lang Ya blessed land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Lang Ya blessed land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langya definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance, he had many immortal GU recipes and a large number of immortal materials, they were what the land spirit of Langya desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langya? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langya had a firm attitude, it was like an iron wall, there was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langya brought up the matter again, he still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time, he thought about it and asked, if I obtain these GU refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy manslaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langya waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible, anything related to hairy men is not for sale, you better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the GU recipe of all-out effort GU. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal GU recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal GU recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langya threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langya was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high, Fang Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langya? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langya was so difficult to deal with was because of Fang Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Fang Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langya fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus, at this moment, Fang Yuan could not think of anything else. Langya blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langya. The plan failed. Fang Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later. Myriad Self-Giant Hand, Rise. Fang Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up. Danghun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon, it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar, seeing the huge Danghun Mountain floating in the sky. She muttered, in such a short time, he became stronger again. This time, Fang Yuan lifted Danghun Mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because pulling mountain immortal GU had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul immortal GU originally. But after Cleanse Soul was hungry, it could not be used, so Self-Strength was used instead. Now, Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already 2, one was Self-Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't be dazed, receive it. Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly opened his immortal aperture, as the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Danghun Mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. All right, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan landed on the ground. Without Danghun Mountain, the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal GU. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal GU also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal GU as the core. With the mortal GU as support, countless GU worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the grey sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of GU master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Fang Yuan, but now, they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear, "What is this?" A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them. From slow to fast, it rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly, with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal Killer Move, Time Aid Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Fang Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dongfang tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered, most of them were young, but now, they were old beyond recognition. Time Aid Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the GU Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. I am not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer. We will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness, you slaughtered innocent living beings. You are a sinner, you are a murderer. Ah, eat him, eat him. Suddenly, Countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Fang Yuan's body. They surrounded Fang Yuan's soul and attacked. Fang Yuan sneered. His tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. These souls were very tattered. They came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully, they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Fang Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind, on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully, he had Guts GU. Right now, he crushed Airsac GU, the Guts GU inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed. It was like a piece of metal that had been forged. It was more compact. Chapter 830. The killer move time assist luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had two flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce. Soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods. They could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path GU immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use time assist luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, one day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the GU immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a GU immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Fang Yuan kept time luck immortal GU and the other mortal GU, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal GU. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal GU. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Fang Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Fang Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times, he climbed and grabbed long vines, flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands, and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue-face GU is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 GU. It can change the appearance of a male GU master. I am currently being hunted down. This GU worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no. I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue-face GU escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a GU worm that specializes in capturing wild GU, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yi Fan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave, when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yi Fan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue-face GU. But this blue-face GU had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild GU worm, there would be strong resistance from the GU worm's will, but now that the GU worm was extremely weak, Yi Fan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue-face GU like this. Yi Fan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue-face GU, there were 3 other wild GU worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western Desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Han Li breathed heavily, his feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Han Li, a rank 3 GU master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Han Li heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Han Li couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 GU master chasing after Han Li was extremely anxious. Han Li was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the GU master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 GU master's prime essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement GU, thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 GU master elder. The other party is only a mortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable. They are materials for refining rank 5 GU. If they are sold. The rank 3 GU master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card GU worm. Immediately, his heart emptied. His lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 prime essence. He used 10% of his prime essence to activate his movement GU worm. His speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time, he was behind Han Li. He then used the other 10% of prime essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Han Li. But the GU master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Han Li. On the other hand, the GU master hated Han Li and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Han Li was heavily injured, his right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart, he knew his life was hanging by a thread. He screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin, he just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 GU master was shocked, his prime essence was completely exhausted, he had no other choice. Could he really let this brat escape? But soon, The GU master calmed down. Although Han Li jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured, he was dizzy and couldn't get up. Brat, you really know how to run. Run, run again. The rank 3 GU master had a fierce expression. He slowly walked towards Han Li. Han Li felt despair. He subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 GU master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom! Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 GU master under the rocks. The rank 3 GU master's ribs were crushed, his organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Han Li was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This GU refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young GU masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining GU at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas. They were reserved for disciples, elders, and external elders. Right now, 16 GU Master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining beauty GU. It tests the GU Master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Cao Yu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xielan and Lu Wen. The 2 of them and Cao Yu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the 3 of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out? Hihi, that is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying GU refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young GU masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed, the winner will be one of Cao Yu, Xielan, and Lu Wen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other GU masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elder spent a lot of effort in nurturing them. These 3 standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. Hey, you flatter me. These 3 children have talent, but more importantly, they have the dean's support, otherwise, they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hongyi, speaking of which, the dean's son Hongyi also has such talent, he has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple. He does not practice much. To be able to obtain such results, it is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other. They were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elder's blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy, he was insignificant. But now, Hongyi is already the leader of a group of disciples. He will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted. Can't I see that my son is trying to please the crowd? He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things. He does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things, but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons. Hongyi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine. He did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious personality, thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time, Hongyi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment, Hongyi was sweating profusely. He stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the Gu worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hongyi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Cao Yu, Xielan, and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hongyi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Cao Yu and the other two. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered, and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him and had only allowed him to focus on his main Dao. Damn it! Father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put Mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend His Majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother. Unfair. If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now, I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the Red Beauty Gu, and it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hongyi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hongyi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hongyi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement pathmaster. Of course he is not a refinement pathmaster, he is courting death. Quickly look, his flames are out of control. Oh no! Hongyi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying. After all, the academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed. Hongyi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once, Hongyi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Achoo. He had been practicing Gu refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined Red Beauty Gu fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined, refined? Hongyi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. Puff. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hongyi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement pathmaster's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the Red Beauty Gu successful. Hongyi, this kid, what kind of dogshit luck does he have? Who immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan and the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu Immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Danghun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the Blessed Land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the Blessed Land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. This way, he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of Luck Path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Fang Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Fang Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu immortal blessed land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. This is. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, if the blooming blood poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Fang Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood poison tangerines spread all over Hu immortal blessed land, how could he counter them? Thus, even though Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals, they were helpless against this sea of blood poison tangerine flowers. The blood poison tangerine quickly withered, the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. The lakes in the eastern part of the blessed land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned. Countless fox and wolf groups died, their corpses fell into a pool of blood, the blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The rockman slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many rockmen had blood poison tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed, the rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but look at the sky, sighing, "Heaven really won't let us have an easy time." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted, "Passing the tribulation is dangerous, it is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere, although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe. Look, the earth chi has already calmed down, this earthly calamity is over." Little Hu Immortal had tears in her eyes. "Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated, we will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses." Fang Yuan immediately made his move. He activated Pulling Water Immortal Gu, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land, it was filled with death aura. There was no life in it. He was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land. The range was too large. Even if Fang Yuan used Pulling Water Immortal Gu, the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu into the Killer Move Myriad Self. I would have fused Pulling Water Immortal Gu first. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes. This was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period, he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading, this could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion, and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Fang Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunsheng had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Fang Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan worked together, and after several days, they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Fang Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Fang Yuan gave up the northern part of the blessed land. Chapter 832. Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Fang Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Fang Yuan had 3 GU immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened, and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Qi Immortal GU to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine airsac GU in large numbers. Right now, airsac GU were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Airsac GU was a one-time consumable storage GU. It was paired with guts GU and sold. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value. The 3 stone nests refined GU crazily, creating large numbers of airsac GU. Right now, there were too many airsac GU. Guts GU could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used 1 stone nest to refine airsac GU, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal GU. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because the deal had already been made, before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine airsac GU. In the future, these airsac GU that contained guts GU would be sold to Fang Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts GU. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced GU immortals like her. Almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for immortal Yuan stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fang Yuan reduced the scale of refining airsac GU. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fang Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fang Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fang Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine airsac GU and promote the guts GU trade. Fang Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier. In the process of refining airsac GU, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the cost will increase. But Star thought Gu's refinement was much gentler. The hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fang Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Tai Chiu. The Guts GU trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fang Yuan's pockets. Even if Fang Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The four of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years, it is the most worth it in the long run." Fang Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Fang Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all four of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Fang Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan. Among the four, Fang Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests, he could make full use of hairy men. In Fang Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal GU that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men, who immortal blessed land was better than them in this aspect. Fang Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves, raising hairy men was the biggest advantage, he could also use hairy men to refine GU and sell large numbers of mortal GU. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, even an experienced GU immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Fang Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Fang Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally, she frowned deeply, she did not answer Fang Yuan's words, she stood up and left. Fang Yuan sent her out with a smile, looking at her departing figure, he shouted, "This matter is not urgent, Fairy Li Lan, you can think about it." He Lulan was flying in the air, she snorted inwardly when she heard this. "Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine airsac GU, the Guts GU trade volume will decrease by half. This way, your monthly income, Fang Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now, I don't believe you can endure it." No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down, the number of airsac GU has decreased, but Fang Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the Guts GU trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower, the chill in her heart intensified. This Fang Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change, it might even increase. What about me? Those airsac GU in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules, I cannot profit from them. But little aunt is already busy with her own matters. Fang Yuan is grasping this opportunity, he is taking advantage of me. Sigh. Why would I drag little aunt down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold, she returned to the stone nest and looked at the three majestic buildings below her, she suddenly realized. Compared to Fang Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength true martial physique, Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Fang Yuan is simply unfathomable, he is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. GU immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing, management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am far behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young, I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal GU master, I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself, I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Fang Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided, my first goal is to make myself truly strong. Hei Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent. She could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Fang Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way, she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine airsac GU. Because this way, she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Fang Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Danghun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next, he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Fang Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First, he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next, he started to arrange GU worms in the soil, forming a GU formation. Using the foundation of the GU formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon chi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Fang Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form chi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake by Fang Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu immortal blessed land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jade Beard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 833. Fang Yuan had also placed the starlight firefly group into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the star fragment grass group had also been moved away. It had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground. It did no harm to the star fragment grassland in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake faced each other. Between the two lakes, as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Beard soil were GU refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials, with such a large amount, Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes, there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a GU formation and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose, charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Fang Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfang tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Fang Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. It could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it. Especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Fang Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple GU formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood. Under the isolation of the GU formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Jiyu Qing Shan's Jiyu, Fang Yuan, and Jiyu Qing Jiyu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud immortal Jiyu. It was immortal Jiyu Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Danghun Mountain turned into a pile of mud and only survived after Fang Yuan's rescue. Jiyushan Jiyu Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoked the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the blessed land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc., they were all here. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path GU Immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Danghun Mountain and activated the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gains. The increase in earth path Dao marks caused the relationship between Danghun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land to become even closer. And this time, the earthly calamity was the flower sea of blood poison apple. Fang Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his blood path Grandmaster attainment. After passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of enslavement path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new blood path Dao marks. The appearance of blood path Dao marks no doubt improved Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Green jade crucian carps turning into blood jade crucian carps was only one aspect of it. After Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles, their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes, they were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent GU refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal GU. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over Who Immortal Blessed Land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to Who Immortal Blessed Land by this earthly calamity. Actually, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal GU. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 GU immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 GU immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide GU immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, Who Immortal Blessed Land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time, the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Who Immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire, there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Who Immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the GU Immortal's ability to manage it. Who Immortal's strength continued to fall. During the 5th earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Fang Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the 6th desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Who Immortal Blessed Land had already survived the 7th earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Fang Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunsheng to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses, with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood patterned fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher. If I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes, if I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Fang Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Thus, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients. Under the control of the GU formation, it would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Fang Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison beard wolves. The previous Who Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for these poison beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison beardwolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison beardwolves, only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the bloodtrace foxes. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, his feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's modification of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had finally come to an end. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reborn. In the east, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky, there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes, there were dragonfish, bubblefish, black carp, and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes, there were sharkfin wolf groups, water wolf groups, and some earthskin pigs. In the west, the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west, there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance, there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the Blessed Land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form Blood Scythe Grassland and Red Axe Flower Sea. Currently, there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison beardwolves, and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside, their numbers would increase. Chapter 834. At the southern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of the rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because a large number of blood poison fruits died in the rockmen's tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce a bloodstone mine in a few decades. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was restored using landscape as before. The Ji forest was dispirited, but it did not need treatment, it would detoxify on its own. There was even a chance that it would form a blood Ji forest. At the northern part of the Blessed Land, the area was small, it was used as a breeding base for regretful spiders. At the center of the Blessed Land was Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Palace imprisoned Dongfang Naganori's soul, as well as dozens of eastern captives. The warehouse stored a large number of immortal materials. Over 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the huge dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, and a large number of airsac Gu. Near Dang Hun Mountain, there were 3 Fang Yuan stone nests. Many hairy man slaves lived inside, refining Gu continuously. As for the small batch of mirror willow trees, they were destroyed and had lost all life. The beggar moths that ate mirror willow leaves had no value, they were sold by Fang Yuan. This way, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish, these 3 resources, were truly constructed. Unlike before where they were stored, if this continued, these 3 resources could be bred and sold for profit, it was already on the right track. But currently, these 3 resources were stockpiling, they could not rush into the market. Dang Hun Palace's warehouse still had a large number of airsac Gu. But Fang Yuan could not sell them to the market and earn a huge sum of money. Crane Gate was still keeping an eye on Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was better not to attract too much attention, he had to sell them slowly to lower the risk and make a long-term investment. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's construction was completed. Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fang Yuan on the second day. During this period, he had put in a lot of effort. Without his help, Fang Yuan would need at least half a month to complete such a huge amount of work. In fact, not only did he put in a lot of effort, he even lent an immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have a lot of immortal Yuan stone to begin with. In the early stages of construction, there was a huge funding gap. Tai Bai Yunxing took the initiative to give Fang Yuan a sum of immortal Yuan stone to make up for this gap. Speaking of which, among the 4 who had signed the Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance, Tai Bai Yunxing was the wealthiest. He was developing well in Eastern Sea, a large amount of resources were moved into his immortal aperture, causing his immortal aperture's foundation to be lacking. The earth chi was thin and showed signs of instability. This time, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fang Yuan, but also to return to northern plains and set up a blessed land to absorb earth chi while facing the earthly calamity. However, it was still too early for the earthly calamity to descend, and it would take some time to absorb the earthly chi. When the earthly calamity arrived, Fang Yuan would definitely help Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but He Lulan stayed behind to guard it. Fang Yuan soon left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Central Continent. There was no other reason. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was about to begin. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Crane Gate. Clouds and mist shrouded this giant mountain. Cranes were flying among the pine trees in the forest. In an underground secret room of Crane Gate, it was dark and damp. The stone walls were covered in moss. Other than a stone bed, there was no other furniture in the room. On the stone bed, a young Jiyu master was lying on the bed. His face was pale as paper. There were no injuries on his body, but he was unconscious. It was Guyue Fangjing. A Jiyu worm was lying on Fangjing's chest, motionless. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room. A Jiyu immortal appeared. His sleeves were fluttering, his face was like jade. He had a youthful appearance, but the most eye-catching thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were jade green and long. The ends of his eyebrows extended to his waist. Under his eyebrows, his gaze was eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The Jiyu worm lying on Fangjing's chest immediately flapped its wings, excitedly calling out the identity of the intruder. This Jiyu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Master Tensuru's soul. Lord, please heal Fangjing's soul and let my disciple wake up. Master Tensuru said. Sky Crane, you still have this answer. He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was more willing to let Master Tensuru reincarnate. Why? Because Master Tensuru was originally He Fengyang's subordinate. He had done many things for He Fengyang. He knew his background and was a talent. In contrast, Guyue Fangjing was too young. He had the experience of being forced to sacrifice himself. If he held a grudge against Crane Gate, that would be even worse. Sky Crane, do you know, the possession method that our Crane Gate obtained this time can be said to be perfect. It is extremely outstanding. If you had used possession before, your soul might not be used to it, there might be repercussions. But now, with possession, it is as if you were born like this, your soul and body fusing together, getting along harmoniously. There won't be any side effects at all. This is your luck. You can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven has already given you this opportunity, why don't you grab it? He Fengyang urged. Lord. The spirit incubating flea rustled, its voice deep. Please forgive my stubbornness. If I had really possessed him, I might not even be able to face myself. Fangjing, he is my disciple, just like me in the past. Just like my past self, this is his future. If I had possessed him, I would not be able to face my own heart. Please help me, Lord, on account of my many years of service to you. You. He Fengyang's face showed a trace of anger. He had not been living well recently. To save 9 Palace Crane Little 9, He Fengyang had begged people everywhere, spending a large amount of money, but the results were minimal. Now, even his former subordinates were stubbornly going their own way, not listening to his advice, not letting him have his way. This possession method was powerful, but it had a precondition. It could not be used rashly. It was best to let the soul and the person being possessed interact for a long time before the possession. When Master Tensuru had planned to possess Fangjing, he had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture. So much time had passed, the conditions for possession were ripe, but Master Tensuru had changed his mind. This meant that if Master Tensuru still wanted to possess someone else, it would not be possible for the time being. He still needed some time to interact with the body. As for Dongfang Naganori's possession of Dongfang Yuliang, he had secretly placed a portion of his soul in Dongfang Yuliang's body. The method was ingenious. Dongfang Yuliang did not sense anything amiss. He Fengyang had been living unhappily these few days. He was frustrated. He wanted to scold Master Tensuru. But he could not say the words in his heart, because He Fengyang could not help but think of himself from Master Tensuru. Wasn't he the same as Master Tensuru in the past? In order to save Little Nine, he was stubborn and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was in desperate straits, it was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, who had lent a helping hand. That was how He Fengyang was now. Thinking of this, He Fengyang let out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Since you insist, He Fengyang, will fulfill your wish. This is my compensation for what you have done for me in the past. If you want to possess someone else in the future and ask me for help again, it will not be for free. After saying this, He Fengyang waved his big sleeves, lightly brushing Guo Fengyang's face. After this action, He Fengyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a few breaths, Guo Fengyang's soul became as solid as before, and he woke up from his coma. You're awake, disciple. The spirit incubating flea fluttered in front of him excitedly. Guo Fengyang was confused. Master, where are we? Of course we're at Crane Gate, stupid disciple. Master Tensuru laughed. Why am I here? Guo Fengyang's eyes were still absent-minded. He mumbled to himself, but suddenly, he shuddered. Fear appeared on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of the blood vines growing on his body when he attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Guo Fengyang screamed in fear, retreating subconsciously. But the back of his head hit the hard stone wall. He fell backwards and fainted on the spot. Master Tensuru, 3 days later. Crane Gate officially announced the news of Guo Fengyang's awakening. Guo Fengyang, who appeared in front of the disciples again, had rank 5 cultivation level. During the morning class, Crane Gate's leader appointed Guo Fengyang as an elder of Crane Gate. At once, the sect was shaken. Former Fengyang's rivals like Sun Yuan Hua were dumbstruck, the disciples and elite disciples were in an uproar, and the elders were discussing among themselves. Crane Gate's GU Immortals had forcefully raised Fengyang's cultivation level to rank 5 in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fengyang. New position, new identity. Guo Fengyang had just gotten used to it. He was at a loss of what to do. When he walked on the road, every disciple he met would greet him. There were many elite disciples who were older than him. Sometimes, when they saw former rivals like Sun Yuan Hua, they would be very respectful. Many beautiful female disciples would often surround Fengyang. Some would look at Fengyang with watery eyes, some would sweetly call Fengyang elder. Compared to other sect elders, Fang Yuan was excessively young. He could be said to be unique. His legendary experiences attracted the attention of many female disciples. Some even had unrequited love for him. Even Fengyang himself would sometimes forget his identity when he saw other elders, and would greet them with the etiquette of a disciple. Every time, the situation would be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Fengyang had Master Tensuru to help him. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fengyang from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Guo Fengyang feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Guo Fengyang even happier was that the sect treated elders very well. It was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tensuru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fengyang, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, they were trying to win him over, to restore Fengyang's loyalty to the sect. Fengyang was not Fang Yuan. He was too young and inexperienced. He did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fengyang finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fengyang. Shihong greeted first. Fengyang returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fengyang, and was a senior brother several generations above Fengyang. I would like to ask Elder Fengyang, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower GU. And to refine this GU, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion Manner, as well as a GU refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct GU refinement method is. This. Fengyang was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal GU masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tensuru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fangjing answered, "This GU refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion manner together. To refine Earth Treasury Flower GU, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the GU refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the GU refinement will easily fail." Fangjing repeated Master Tensuru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the GU refinement method one after another hands. Shihong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked, "Many thanks to Elder Fangjing for your guidance, I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Fangjing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. "No more. That's all." Disciple will take his leave. Shihong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangjing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. "This Shihong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hehe, you can see it now. Not bad, not bad." Master Tensuru grinned. "Shifu," Fangjing cried out inwardly, "so you already knew?" "Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shihong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it?" Master Tensuru paused and asked Fangjing, "Do you know why he made things difficult for you?" "Why?" Fangjing was baffled. Master Tensuru laughed heartily and explained, "It's because Shihong likes the female disciple, Yi Yu. Yi Yu was Elder Yang Tang's daughter. Elder Yang Tang was alone, he was ostracized in Crane Gate, he did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane Sect's history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you." "Ah!" Fangjing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yi Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fangjing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. "You remember now, do you remember now? Ha ha ha. Silly boy." Master Tensuru was very happy to see Fangjing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fangjing sighed helplessly, he shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yang Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him, it is not a big deal to reject him. Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious." Master Tensuru sighed, "Don't avoid this, I advise you not to reject Elder Yang Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yang Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yang Tang. Let's not talk about this, Master, I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention?" Fangjing purposely changed the topic. "You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise, they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary, it is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most GU masters can only participate once in their lives." Master Tensuru answered. Fangjing spoke, "Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path GU masters?" That is not the case. GU master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing GU, using GU, and refining GU. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path GU masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in GU refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event. Master Tensuru continued, "The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 refinement path grand event in the world. Every refinement path convention, hundreds of thousands of GU masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in central continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains GU masters will appear." Southern Border. Fang Zheng's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qing Maro Mountain. He then asked, "Then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now?" Master Tensuru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any GU master, no matter who, will refine GU in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless GU masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding GU masters with refinement path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fang Zheng realized. He. Master Tensuru laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of GU refinement. GU masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fang Zheng was shocked. "Master, I can't pass them." "No problem, under my guidance, you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period." Lord Sky Crane said. "Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons?" Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. Heavenly Lotus sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal GU master. Right now, he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him. Even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fang Yuan saw the entrance of 5 Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words 5 Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway, there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path, with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river, leisurely climbing up 5 Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other, there were all kinds of people. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female GU masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female GU masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple, wearing shabby clothes, talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people." The disciple sighed. The master chuckled. "There are too many people, don't get separated." "Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high. This is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light, and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly. "Master, don't worry. This time, I will definitely get first place." The reward for getting first place will be a GU worm to treat your illness. The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. Move aside. Move aside. A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old GU master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord and Han, has arrived. Hurry and make way. The man leading the way shouted. Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them. Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from 5 Virtues Sect. That's right, last time, 5 Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, 5 Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost Sect, they all moved aside. Damn it, they are going too far. The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. Don't go. The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect? In front of Fang Yuan, a male GU master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the GU master sneered in disdain. The whole sect only has 3 rank 5 GU masters, they are only SOSO. The companion beside him quickly persuaded, this is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory, it is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it. The male GU master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost Sect's people to arrive, he squeezed into the crowd on the right. What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside. The strong man arrived behind Fang Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. Rank 5 cultivation? Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 GU master, he intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost Sect's first elder, and Han, sat up straight, staring at Fang Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura, it's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic GU master. And Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered, still not moving to the front. The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fang Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing, and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fang Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female GU masters in front purposely stopped, and many other GU masters took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 GU master, such a person, if they could befriend him. On the side of the road, the 5 Virtues Sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 GU master. Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again, the surroundings were empty, there was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall, Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably, it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now, the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple GU formation on the floor, separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while, the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues sect handing out number plates. Fang Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues sect elder announced loudly, "This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions. Begin." At the next moment, the hundreds of GU masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the GU refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The Five Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 GU master identity and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it. Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many GU masters refining GU. It's that mysterious rank 5 GU master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining GU and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the Five Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 GU worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed GU worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the Five Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, "Daren, please go up the mountain this way." Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainment. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the GU masters refining GU inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the GU refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a GU immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain, and presently, after a while, a Five Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. "Sir, please wait for a moment." The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know why you are here. I have no such intentions. A mere Five Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, Five Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5, everyone in Five Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The refinement path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of Five Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly. "Sir, you are actually looking down on my Five Virtues sect, aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will wait and see. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which GU master path you cultivate? Fang Yuan said solemnly, My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret. Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for. Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, Please take a seat. After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at 5 Virtues sect. At the end, there was still the registration time. Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first GU Refinement Competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round. This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like 5 Virtues sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects. Fang Yuan wanted to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. He had to refine GU at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path GU masters participating in the Refinement Path Convention, there were even GU masters from the other 4 regions. The registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned, their paths and sects could not be mentioned. The main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special GU masters. These people's sects or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention, thus they could directly participate in the Refinement Path Convention. For example, Hong Yi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the Refinement Path Convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the Refinement Path Convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent GU Masters and Central Continent sects had this privilege. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. But Fang Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fang Jing was in a different situation. A portion of the sect spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fang Jing became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots. And his own refinement path attainment was very low, he could not compete with the elders. To participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those GU masters with deep refinement attainment who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fang Yuan or Fang Jing, they had to register themselves. Fang Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fang Yuan walked in and learned about the GU refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 water light GU within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 water light GU to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third, 260 will be second, while 276 will be first. You will get a rank 4 healing GU, green shine GU that is specialized in detoxification. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of GU refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most GU masters. Because as long as they refined 100 water light GU, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these GU masters. The first was the rank 4 green shine GU. Rank 4 GU, it was a GU that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, green shine GU could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high, these rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for GU refinement have already been determined, they can be used for free. The GU recipe for water light GU is also given, you can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtues sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of GU worms. Water light GU is only a rank 1 GU, if I use rank 2 or rank 3 GU refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the GU recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance, if I modify this rank 1 GU recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom GU. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water light GU is a water path GU, it is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a wonderful method. The GU recipe had already been given, but GU masters could use many methods to refine GU. For example, fusing 2 materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine GU. Fang Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water light GU was too easy to refine. Even if Fang Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 GU. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry, his attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fang Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fang Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world, he would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, 5 Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fang Yuan, his attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like Five Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. Five Virtues sect's sect leader was worrying too much, according to Fang Yuan's personality. No matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fang Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fang Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fang Yuan left Five Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, the land spirit, Little Fox Fairy, appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a come and praise me expression. Very good. Fang Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal GU worms. Some were bought from Jewel Yellow Skies, some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal GU, Fang Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yaro's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fang Yuan's nebula, Mo Yaro's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yaro's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yaro's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several GU worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yaro's fake will in place. Fang Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yaro's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fang Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yaro's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fang Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yaro's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several GU worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-point star drill, directly shattering Mo Yaro's fake will. Fang Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yaro's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yaro's fake will. Mo Yaro's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yaro's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yaro's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yaro screamed, Fang Yuan, you are too stupid. Too arrogant. At most, we will go our separate ways. Saying so, Mo Yaro's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yaro's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continued to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continued to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yaro's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yaro's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yaro's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yaro's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended. Fang Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly. It was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yaro that was left behind had collapsed. She could not even form a normal human form. Fang Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yaro's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Fang Yuan left behind many mortal GU worms to restrain Mo Yaro's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Fang Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yaro completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Fang Yuan's nebula flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture. It flew up and entered Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fang Yuan grasped it, Mo Yaro's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the target's will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fang Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yaro did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless demon venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the GU Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they would have to find a Stone Lotus Island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, it is so difficult to obtain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, once activated, the GU Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus Will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the GU Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any Stone Lotus Island. That meant, not only did the GU Master have to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time, they also had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to travel in the river and find a Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do this. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, waiting for the second round of the GU refinement competition while using the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The vaguely familiar face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core immortal GU were not concealed. The problem was, these 3 core immortal GU were not owned by Fang Yuan, they were in the hands of others. Immortal GU were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate vaguely familiar face, he would need to change the core immortal GU to another immortal GU. It would be best if it was an immortal GU that he already had. This was very difficult, because it involved transformation path and wisdom path, and Fang Yuan's attainment level in these 2 aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,